calm but ready to drop bombs, but he keeps on forgetting what he wrote down. The whole crowd roared so loud. He opens his mouth, but the words won't come out. He's choking now. Everybody's choking now. The clock's run out. God damn it. Fucking...
monkey. Like the beat funky, nickname Eazy-E, yo, 8-ball junkie. Eazy-E's fucked up and got the 8-ball rolling. Fuck it up, yo! Yeah!
Get on that couch. Come on. Make me mad. Make me mad or I'm gonna be really mad. Move when your master screams at you.
Let's go gambling! Aw, dang it. 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 Aw,
What?
ptarmigan, Lagopus lagopus.
Robo wants an Oreo. Randy has Oreos, and Robo wants an Oreo. Randy, do you have Oreos?
Garbage day is a very dangerous day.
Robo, what's an Oreo? Randy has Oreos, or Robo, what's an Oreo? Randy, do you have Oreos?
Hello? Test, test. Test, test. You hear me? Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Shit. Forgot how to add people? Oh, are you on already? Let's see, how do I get out? Retire? Retire? Yeah. Your tag is Uni. Let's see. Back. Team friends? No, I don't see you there. Let's see. Turnbug. No, it looks like that's everybody. So I have to add you through there, right? Let me see. Do, 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 do. Okay, let's see. Do that right now. Uni JJ, right? V. Okay, there you are. Add friend, friend invite sent. They will appear as a friend once they have accepted your invite. EMU friend code. Oh, accepted. Okay, let's see. Maybe I got a refresh or something. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So what do I do? Like start online Europe? What? I don't know about that. United States West. Online and host. Okay, host. Do, do, do. Oh, I got all these somehow. Oh, I like that one. And that one too. Let's go with Jurassic. Oh, this is what I was actually looking for. You see me? Okay, I guess start. Classic mode, waiting for other. What the? Is that you? Oh shit. I still got the dancing Scooby Doo scene. Need to figure out how to turn down game audio? Oh, okay. So that's me? I'm the bird? Oh. Hmm. Oh, damn. I don't know where to go. Your controller is dead? Oh, can you use a controller? Oh. I'm over here using the mouse like a chump. You like using the volume mixer in the Xbox game bar? You can see it by pressing Win key plus G. Oh, nice. Thanks for that. Adamantium. Oh, what? Out of time. Whoops. Where's my mouse now? Gotta get some batteries. Damn, controller dead. Yeah, you can use the star to pin games to the top to make it easier to find them in the future. The star to pin? Oh, there's Uni. Oh shit. Damn, what the? Oh, come on. Damn. There's Uni. Go, Uni, go. Sorry, having some technical difficulties. That's alright. At least you're on. Girls, they just wanna have fun. Oh no. Had to restart? Okay. Does that mean you can jump back in, or I have to start again? Or you don't know? Damn. Keep hitting the wrong part of that thing. Get in there, get in there. Get in your home. Not sure? Okay. I'll just restart, yeah. But you did, find batteries? Forfeit home? Nah. Just retire, right? Oh, okay, good. Will Smith is rapping? Oh, Bluetooth issue. Damn. You got it? Alright. Oh, damn. Different course. Problem solved? Okay. So we just hit the ball whenever, right? Like you're doing your own thing. Damn, you're supposed to get hole in one on that one? Bobbing your head. Can't hit the ball. What are you doing wrong? Well, it's for me. It was just the B button. And the left stick to adjust your power, right stick to move the camera. And yeah, just with the B button, or on Xbox the A button, and on PlayStation the X button. Hey Barf, welcome in. Yeah, your A button isn't doing anything. Oh man. And you're playing on the computer or on a console? This one looks kind of easy. PC? Damn. Maybe you gotta use the mouse instead. Hey, get in there, damn it. Oh man, almost came back. Xbox controller, okay, so the A button for you. You have to swap it over to use the controller. Oh, there she goes. In the options, I didn't. I just switched from mouse to controller by picking up the controller. There she goes. Uni's ball is a burb? Yeah, I think we're all just burbs. Lame can't use your controller. Oh, you okay? You went to the mouse. Damn, yeah. I didn't even know you could play with the controller. At first, I was using the mouse. Oh my god. Damn. Too much. Raise, lower the camera. Speed up camera movement.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, hey, Kaiser, welcome in. Okay. Oh, damn, almost got in there.
What kind of beer do you like? Heineken? Fuck that shit! Pabst Blue Ribbon!
Hey, what are you doing here? Oh, okay, little guy.
Oh man, what the hell? Damn. Hey, get in there, God damn. It's not doing anything? Oh, now the mouse doesn't? Don't think you're gonna be able to play this? Oh, man. Not the mouse too? Yeah, even your mouse? Damn. Did you play it fine the other day? Move the camera, but can't do. Oh, you can't do anything else. Damn. I think with the mouse, it was the left button. Unplug the controller, plug it into another USB port, maybe. Wireless mouse? Oh, hey, PP, welcome in. Good morning. Sex bomb. A hello would be nice. Plug the link thingy into the different port. Any sex bombs in chat? Yeah, get in there. Everyone's a sex bomb. Oh, I didn't realize that was the song request.
What kind of beer do you like? Heineken? Fuck that shit! Pabst Blue Ribbon!
Oh, damn. It's far away. Yo. You need to wake up to go snowboarding. Snowboarding, I guess. Beer is overrated. You'll take a fruity margarita. What is going on there? Can I see the rest of the area? Oh shit. Wait, hey, get in there. Good to see you. Sick. Oh, you were sick since Friday? Tomato juice on the one?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Damn. No. Omega Idea Community Game Night. That's what this is. It's happening right now, Umbra. Skill issue. Well, shit. Kaiser speaking. Sprechen Sie Deutsch? You don't have this game? You got Among Us? Is that free? Oh, ran out of time. Damn. Oh, man, even that. Currently throwing up. Oh man. Except strangely enough, tomato juice. You know what kotze means? Is that a bad word? Barf, join us. Sorry, haven't played this in ages. Oh, Umbrin said he doesn't have the game. Quick and dirty weekend. Dirty with throw up. Damn. You think it's free? If not, it should be cheap. Let me check on Steam if it's free or what. Oh, it looks like it's $5. Your phone changed jank to only, you don't know, all the tech in your house hates you today. Also, Barf, how rude you left all for Beyond Two Souls. Your body releasing EMP, killing all the technology. You have it on Switch. It sucks to type on Switch, but easier to play. Sorry, had to go to an arcade bar with someone. Apology denied. Damn. Oh, get in there. Ooh. You read that as the witch from Adventure Time that takes Jake's powers away? Oh, in that voice? I forgot that character. Holy moly. Oof. Shit. You're back on main when you're ready. Oh. Don't think your coffee has kicked in yet? Don't understand your last statements? Alright, there we are. Barf and Umbra jump in. PP. Start golfing. Back, guess your cell phone died. Oh shit. There we go. Candyland this time. Oh man. Oh, what? Holy shit. Oh man. Bogey. Have you ever seen Code Kids Next Door? Nah. I heard of it, but I never watched it. Holy crap. Damn. shit.
Umbrang Crow 1215 just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Wow. Damn. What the hell? Oh, shit. Oh, time ran out. Umbran requested this. Oh, okay.
What you working on, Finn?
Everything.
Look at you, doing stuff. Oh, is it a chair? A chair for my butt? Not a chair.
Did it work?
Oh, yeah. I can feel this working. In fact, you should roll in the mud with me, Finn. We can...
At your powers as if...
I know. I have to
Is that her?
apologize to that witch.
Oh, you're doing so well.
And I hate you so much. Hey!
Okay.
Witch! I need my powers back. So I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I ate your donut.
Rasmafu!
Oh. So do I get my powers back?
Apology denied.
What? Why?
Because you took too long. Now you have to apologize while doing a variety of humiliating things.
No way, Jose. Come on, dude. It's the only way to save Finn.
Who is that?
Alright, I gotta get back to the game. Time's gonna run out. Holy crap, look at that. Oof. And time's up. What the? Oh shit. You have to snarf breakfast and put On your snowboarding gear. Ichabod's birthday. Oh shit. Happy birthday, Ichabod's. Oh. Oh man. Tell Ika happy birthday. Over 3. Don't you need to update the title? No. Unless you really want me to. Let me just make this. I'll change the category. Brothers, his name is Ichabod's. You guys seen him around? Yeah, he's been around here a couple times here and there. Tell him since don't have a gift for him. Denizens of Twitch's well wishings will be your gift. Ooh. Oof. Oh shit. Oh, get in there. Alright, alright. Godilla.
Myagadilla99 just redeemed choose a short YouTube video.
Shake me down. Not a lot of people left around. Oh, oh.広がる闇の中交わし合った革命の次に愛してゆえに芽生えた悪がこれから先をごぶれるであろう全てを誰にも邪魔させるわけにはいかないから
Getting a Spanish McDonald's ad. Don't think you're gonna do under 51? Where am I at? Oh, I'm 56, you're 42. Whoops, get out of here. Oops. Ads, fuck off. Oh, are you kidding me? McDonald's that it's all like no mama's way, Jada. What? Oh. Stop. Oh, damn. $54, $66. You don't know how to write in Spanish? Oh, okay, at all. Could speak it though with no problem. Glad the levels on here are zany at first. Thought it'd be a bunch of boring cardboard boxes. Oh no, this is gonna suck.
Myagadilla99 just redeemed choose a short YouTube video.
Oh no, fucker. You motherfucker. Damn. Another Godilla? What? Where'd you get all these points?
Третий вечер едем к нашему знакомому парю. Есть решение для создания не знаю, место. Надо, конечно, вчера Бухарь вылетел на ту сторону лодки, увидел нашу машину, прилетел прямо к нам. Они уже вместе. Он уже здесь. На эту руку летит.
could skip it, Barf. Put in exclamation mark skip song.
Ты чё? Ух, нифига себе.
Oh,
ты
it's
даже
over.
термос научился открывать.
Fires are crazy
Иди
right
уже.
now. Luckily, you live in other part of California. What the?
Попал. Ну, разобьешь, чё?
Wait, that worked? Man. Where am I going?
Все, выезжаем от нашего глухаря. Вставляем его. Смотри. Может быть, в зоопарк тебе отправить. Чудесный.
Where are we going?
Давай, до завтра.
$20 seconds left. Shit, I don't know what the hell I'm doing here. Bam, 96.80. Oof. This is kind of funny for this video. Oh yeah, Wii music. Oh, hey, Dreadbread. Boots for the bird. Man. I can't tell where to go anymore in this. Aw, what? Hmm. Okay, there we go. Holy shit. Damn. 3 over. Oh, 100. Damn. No. Oof. R. $106.90. Not too bad. GG's, Uni. We suck. What? A beehive? What is that for? Beehive, no, not this. Oh yeah, let me pick, this one. Oh, it's little hats. Okay, that's what we had before. The default slouch hat. Well, I'll take that beehive. What is this? Floaties? Oh, cool. Another thing we could wear. Oh, somebody joined us. Who are they? Yeah, I don't know. It is public, so I guess somebody actually just jumped in out of nowhere. Oh shit. Oh, no, crap. Watch, they'll be all good. Yeah, they're probably super good. Just waiting all day for someone to jump on this game. Hole in one. This person has been waiting an eternity for someone to open his server. Oh man. Three over par. Damn. Could have been you, Barf. Could have been you. Oh no. Par. I think I was gonna kick somebody. Hey, you got a cool little hat. And you're a soccer ball? Look at that. He's already the best player. Installing this? Didn't know it's on Game Pass? Oh shit. Still leaving? Well, if you can jump in real quick for half a second. Oh. And he's beating us by 1. Oh, come on, man. Bogey. Gotta beat this rando. Nah. Yeah. Oh, he's messing up. Yeah, holy shit, he messed up on this one a lot. His little boats. Kill him. Josiah with the bird. Damn, he really, wow. He's not the same player anymore. Oof. One over par, damn. What is your lobby name? Oh, I don't know. I didn't make one. I just found Uni by her name. Let me see. Can I check the lobby name? I don't know. You can add me to Steam, but I don't know. Didn't you already add me? Holy crap! I don't know about this one. Yeah, I just found Uni because I added her to Steam friends. Oh man, damn. One over. Can he jump in at any moment? Oh, damn, that could have been hole in one. manpower. Oh yeah, what's your name, Barf, on Steam? Friend list will be pulled up in the game and click on whoever is on and join. Where's the shark? We need the shark. Oh man, that would have been nice. You think can only join when everyone's in the lobby. The blobby?
B_savage_quest just raided.
Oh shit. Where's the alert? What the hell? I didn't see any alerts there. Hey Savage, thanks for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Yeah, did you... Oh shit, yeah, shout out to Savage. There he Beat you to it, Umbrin. Oh man, look at that. Damn. Bogey. 1 over. Oh, Oni. You don't think it's crossplay? Oh, really? Origin is your server? Oh, and what did I pick? West? Yeah, West? I don't know. What was the choice? West Coast or something? Oh crap. What the? Right, Birdie. No crossplay? You got wrecked? You were on the phone with your brother. He wants to know what time you want to go golf. Oh, real golf? How much is on Steam? Oh yeah, I don't know. I got it for free actually. Whenever it was just free one day. Whoa, what is this place? I don't remember doing this one. Oh, par. Okay, damn. Anyone else ever swing in the mini golf really hard? When he golfs in real life? Apparently, yeah. Fancy schmancy. You're playing AM2R, but ended up being the demo, so got to get the full game. AM2R? What is that? Rando is winning? Was he? I thought I was winning. Yeah, I'm winning. And you're doing better than him. It's on sale for 10 on Steam, but that seems like a lot. Yeah, it's a lot when I got it for free somehow. Oh, I think somebody gave it to me actually. They had a key or something. Oh man, I don't like this one. No. Quest the demo is V1 20 updates behind. You're going to need 1.1. Used to have it, but Nintendo pitched a great fit and they removed it offline. Oh no, fuck. Time? Oh man. Oof, can't believe I ran out of time. Oh, now he's winning. Shit. Sorry, Uni. I let him win. Oof. Damn. Oh shit, this one's crazy. What the fuck? Oh, fuck. Bug. Double bogey. Just saw your post, guess it's not. The music is getting everyone rickrolled. Damn, almost had something there. Par. Gotta call your father and see if he wants to go too. You hate doing torrents, already been reamed out by Spectrum, but for torrents? Oh, damn. Oh shit, Uni's in first. Holy shit, damn. Ogie. Yeah, he's winning. Oh, he won? Was that the last one? It was, right? Man. He won! Josiah. Damn you. Damn you to hell. Oh, let's go.
If by my life or death I can protect you, I will. You have my sword.
Thanks for the sub, Umbrin.
And you have my bow.
You didn't post that? What do you mean? You didn't post that? I don't know. That's for you on gold. Oh, on golf. Gotta make some calls. Oh, hey Jenny. Thanks for the lurk. Again, you can't sub, but it auto subs you. What? That is weird. And I wish they would let you play with computer or something. Red Life Raft. Shout out Jenny.
Wait, is it? Come on, is it? Wait, see, what'd you say? I hate you.
Need to get ready? Okay, Uni, thanks for that, Lurk. You didn't sub or anything. That's mega weird. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. Especially when you're on the phone. I haven't heard of anybody else saying they had as many problems like that with the phone. Let's see, Slough Chat. This looks cool. Yeah, you're on mobile. Yeah, I guess Twitch just has a ton of weird problems I don't even understand. Alright. I'll put the music back on. I'll be right back.
Up and haste this squad on the north side. There is just more to kill on the north side. Good luck, everyone. Rage quit. No, you didn't arrive at a bad time, Mbinda. It wasn't you, don't worry. I'm just dealing with some 9-point shade up in here, aren't we? Aren't we? Yeah.
Wait, so Mac? That's Fader? Who? Oh, is that Fader? How do you know Fader? Who's requesting this song? I don't know this person, but somebody requested this one before, Uni. Oh, Godilla. Yeah, Godilla requested that for some reason.
Their stated reasons are, well, one, the ecological damage from digging and throwing all that garbage, pulling all that garbage back out of the earth. Two, interesting question, how do you even know that that hard drive was in your garbage when you threw it out? Where's your proof? And then three, and this is more bureaucratic, well, we don't actually have a permit to unearth what we buried, so we can't do it for you. Reminds me of a New Yorker cartoon from the 90s, now become quite famous, where there's a guy on the phone and he's talking to some
Oh,
business
I thought that was Nicolas Cage.
and
What?
he says to him, how is it
What's going on there?
I mean, maybe there's more to this story, but I would love to see a global diplomatic effort to, just send people to this town and please let the guy dig through the trash. How many people are begging to dig through trash? Anyway, this does raise a bigger issue for crypto.
Damn, that's a super long, weird clip.
Bitcoin. Do you see that happening?
Well, the problem with that is it's the very essence, the reason people want Bitcoin.
Somebody, two people jumped in, Uni. Yeah, so Godilla's somehow found out about that guy's video dedicated to Uni. I think maybe he just typed in Uni and that came out. Slightly scary. You don't know, just type people's names and see if songs pop up. Did it to Mindscan and country music started. What is this crazy lunchbox thing? What? Full power? Oh. Oh my god, so what the fuck is this about? What? What do you do here? Oh, what the fuck? Oh my god. What? Damn. Who the fuck knew you could fly like a rocket? That's some bullshit. All right. Oh, birdie. Song list. Umbrin. Exclamation song list. Holy shit, what? Where am I? What the fuck? Yeah, far. Damn, I'm so far back with that stupid rocket level. Oops. Oh. Yeah, there you go, song list. It should work. Let me see what's going on here. Am I the only one that can do it?
Show me what you got. Show me what you got. I want to see what you got.
I don't know, it works for me. Nope. Oh shit. Damn. What the fuck? This music. Oh man. Oh. Thanks, Airmore, for the follow.
Airmorn has joined the fellowship.
Welcome in. Damn, welcome to the fellowship. I hope you like that song. Oh no, what happened to my rocket? Damn. Ran out of time. I knew it. Followed for the song. Sounds glorious.
Still need to kill a few animals, I think. Why aren't you just go, faster. Jump, you stupido. I didn't jump.
Minecraft villager Billie Jean. Hard cringe when you hear yourself. Oh man. How long is this song? What the fuck? Oh my god, 5 minutes?
Well, I'm sorry, but Mr. Raskow doesn't see anybody without an appointment. And he doesn't see just anybody.
Yes. Awesome movie. Shout out to Omega Mac. Oh no, crap. Damn. And this military golf course. Something else. Ooh, almost got that. Bogey. 5 minutes too short? Oh, what the fuck? Holy grenade from Monty Python? That's pretty interesting. Wait, where the hell are we going? Oh shit. Oh, damn. What the hell? What? Oh, that's weird. Damn, that was nice. Let's see who's singing this. Minecraft villager again. Hey, Goldbud. Welcome in. That's the PC version. Oh, for this golf game? Yeah. Wait, golf? Worms Golf? No. It's just golf with friends. I didn't know there was a worms golf. Oh man, what the? You just have the Xbox version
Je viens de briser un couple.
for Worms Golf? Yeah, haven't even seen that, I don't think.
Sérieux, là, ça m'énerve qu'il m'affiche pas mon icône.
Oh, damn. Still a long way to go here. Oh, get in there. Oh, hell yeah. Birdie. Comeback. Slight comeback. Zombie has the voice of an angel. Like that new bot. Uh-oh. Hmm. Damn. Oh shit, wait, there's worms right there? What the fuck? So it is Worms Golf? I'm confused. This was made by the same people? Oh, crap. Oh shit, almost had something. No, don't blow up. Crap. Double bogey. Remember Worms 11? Nope. 63. Damn. That's cheap. Oh crap. Alright, sheep, get out of the way. Oh fuck. Damn, I really fucked up this one. Shit. Damn. What the fuck? Oh man, they put me in the worst place. They're taking the hobbits to Isengard. Oh, son of a... Sheep ran out of time. The hobbits, the hobbits, the hobbits. Damn it. Shit. Morgoth. Stupid fat hobbit. Oh, damn. Stop. Shoo. Hey, Olaf. You were playing? Oh, man. 10 seconds. $91. Holy crap. Oh, what? Ooh. IndyCar 2005 is on PC as well. Damn. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Time. Codemasters made it a year before they started shitting out dirt. Aw, crap. What's that? Oh shit, man. Yeah. Damn. Ooh. Where the hell? Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Ran out of time. Oh man. Eagle, holy shit. Get the hell on, you and your mama. Mm, 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 mm. What's that one Jamiroquai song where he slides towards the camera? I think you just type in Jamiroquai and it'll come out. How do you spell that? Jamiro. Why? Canned heat? That's not it, right? That doesn't sound right. Oh, that's the Mind Scan song. Oh no. Oh, you fucking kidding me? Damn, ran out of time. Oh, virtual insanity. Yeah, you're right. Because he's wearing purple. Yeah, to me, he's only famous for that one. Was that the last one? Okay. I didn't win a prize? That sucks. Alright. Gonna switch over. Actually play Castlevania. Did Barf ever say his name on Steam? How does he spell his name? Underscore base 9000. Oh yeah, he is Barface on there. That's cool. Add as a friend and make sure send 2 invites. playing the game. I have having the title. Back to retro. Hmm. That's not right. Wonder what's up with that. Retro Arch giving me more problems. You can hear villager pain sounds mixed in. Even the AI is cringing. Villager from what? Hmm. Damn, wonder what's up with the Retro Arch. Suddenly acting up. I mean, it always does, actually. But it was working alright. Friday? Oh yeah, and I'm Clay Mega Man for some reason. Actual Imagine Dragons is somehow worse than this. Works great. Oh, Godilla, you sent him some AM2R thing. And that's not working either. Shit, what happened? I had to stop playing so you can stream the run. It's been a few years, won't take you long to beat it. Hmm. Damn, damn, damn. What can I change to make this run? I heard this is good for some reason. Hmm. That's not working. And the launcher can also build APK files to run on an Android, not a TV. Stuttering is CPU throttling. Either a program is hogging your processor or your GPU is bottlenecking. It's weird because it's only at 60% the memory being used. That's super low. A lot of times I'm running at 80 to 90%. It's something in the settings. I don't know what. I didn't even change anything, but mm, oh, I think I might be able to fix this. Probably this weird thing. Uh-oh. Lost the chat box. Where's that? Chat, chat, chat. Hmm. Is your processor at 100? No. Already had the launcher from years ago. Damn. Okay, I fixed it. It's some weird thing with the display window thing. Is this your music, Goldilla? Cause yikes. There's Jamiroquai. The wrong one. Yeah, whoever heard this song, I don't know. Canned Heat. It's sampling Boogie Wonderland. Yeah. Sounds familiar. Hold on, I'll be right back. Just lurking in some pages. And almost there. Alright. Should be good now. There we go. Oink. Oink oink. Ooh, a lot of trouble just to play some NES game. Oh yeah, I think I need 50 for some item. You got a big tower now, it's full desktop. PC needs video card and RAM, as everything else. But the video card, RAM and power supply.
Myagadilla99 just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Maya Godilla. Oh, was requesting something.
An evil maniac's gotta do what an evil maniac's gotta do!
I don't think I want any ginger
Oh no, Crash, come back. better that, but none of that. Hey, the game government and no getting none of that sample, no give my 3D.
I have no idea what you're saying right now.
These are actually funny. They also have the highest multiple failure. Yeah, Umber Knight. I like this, what's his name? Terminal Monster guy. Little cartoons are pretty awesome.
I should put you up here, because any attacks they try to will probably miss, because
Oh, hold on, I got some background noise here. Love these cartoons, PP. Yeah. Can't hear him. Oh, okay, yeah. I had the YouTube video maxed out volume. It's like a speed run, put in cartoon art.
This place is ballin', yo. Chicken nuggets get crispy like you never seen.
Lenovo gaming PC is okay for what it is, but tower is too flat to fit anything better.
Umbrang Crow 1215 just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
You suck, you know? He had chicken nuggets.
So Mario, how did you come back after defeating Dargon?
To answer that, we need to talk about parallel universes.
Mario's King Cooper has kidnapped the Peach and stole my eggs.
I think I saw this. Yeah, I think I did. Godilla likes Donkey Kong better.
How'd you get here so fast? Wait! You have to save all the Yoshi eggs. My Koopalings have them, but you're supposed to go to the castles first.
Here we go!
Did you know those are his kids, but they're adopted in real life? Not anymore. Yeah, they're dead now. Yeah, I don't know what the story is. They change it, right? They used to say those were his kids, and now they're not. Who knows? What was I doing? Oh yeah. Oh crap. They are named after famous musicians. Yeah, Iggy Pop. That's the main one I know. Oh, Lemmy from Motorhead. Who else? Who's the girl? Oh man. Horrible night. Damn. Holy shit. Well, hey Bryson, welcome in. Shout out to Bryson. If not, okay. Lurking, playing Fallout 76, doing daily challenges. No problem, Bryson. That's cool. Thanks for lurking. I don't know if you stream or not, but there was a shout out. Oh yeah, it says mystery. Okay. Oh man. Damn it, Goldilla. Tired of this freaking 3-minute Barney song. Oh no. Man, come on. Shit. Okay. Oof. Thank God. Down here. What are you selling? What are you buying? Garlic. Yes. Raise a stink. Something dumb right here. Dracula's eyeball reflects the curse. Alright, some garlic. It has a special. It has special powers. Clues to Dracula's riddle are in the Veros Woods. Oh man, what is this? Another clue. Buy some of my laurels. Oh, okay. Don't have enough. Barely got 22. Clues to Dracula's riddle are... Whoop! Get back here. Back. Are in Rover Mansion. Alright. A laurel will protect you from... Oh my god, why did it... Just let me speed up this text. Oh, okay, yeah, Poison Marsh. The dead river waits to be freed from the curse. To restore your life, shout in front of the church. Hope Diamond. I'd like to exchange a white crystal for a blue one. Oh, okay, that's it. I refuse to exchange my crystal for yours. That's what we needed. This weirdo. That looks different from everybody else. Of Daddy Godilla. Hoop party? Oh, Duke, thanks for the lurk. Oh, there's the guy. Okay. And I'll give you this silver knife to save your neck. Damn it. Oh damn, you could shoot a bunch of knives then. That's awesome. Oh crap, I forgot they use hearts, right? Shit. Yep. Oh, damn it. Oh, what the fuck? Damn. Oh, what the fuck, man? Jesus. Damn. Oh, I was on that. What? You motherfuckers. Oh, here we go. Blue crystal. Oh. Man. Oh shit. Ugh. Nope, nope. Invest in a stake. Can I? Not afford it. Oh shit, I don't have anything. Every Michael Jackson grunt.
Let's go gambling! Aw, dang it! 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 Aw.
Oh fuck. Oh. Garlic in the graveyard summons a stranger. Oh. Oh, damn. Damn, so far away from... even buying a steak. Oh shit, no. Get back there. Poo party? Poop party. Party. More songs, Godilla. Oh, crap. No. Shit. Damn. Yes. Wonder how you get more points? Oh. I think it's every 5 minutes. Oh shit. Yeah, I'm still messing with that. I don't know exactly what they're good for. think I gotta set it all up still. Like, it's on Stream Elements, and you have to, I think, open a little, what they call a store or something. And I don't know what, I think you could offer different things in there for points. I didn't realize that it took 100 points to do the little slot machine thing. That seems like a lot. Because for every 5 minutes you get, I think you give 5 points or something. So yeah, it seems kind of crazy. 100 points just to use the slot machine. Damn, what happened to the music? Oh man. This is a weird video where they talk in the beginning. And cut to where they're actually playing. The volume's kind of low too. Do they sing? Oh no, I guess it's just an interview. I should take that out of there. Remove. Count the beats. You now process Dracula's heart. Shit. Damn it. Oh my god. Damn it. Shit. Oh, bats? Hey, video. Welcome in. What is the points of this area. Damn.
Like in an email regarding, gotcha. Just chilling tonight, Stinky. Spend most of the evening troubleshooting. Oh man, I'm sorry. Sorry your PC is that's pooped to bed. That sucks, man.
Bad. That one for a whistle. Quickly on top of that, James. He needed a cover there. Past the halfway mark of this period. Still no score in this one.
Thought you guys a bit.
Victoriaville's got it, and they're on the attack. Sends the pass.
Oh, it's getting better. It's better.
Centered out in front. And
it's better now.
Easy save. Centering
Anyone
pass,
seeing
and
this?
another stop. Pedersen's so sharp on this. Reads the play, reads the puck, makes the save.
You just can't get a goal.
Start doing the video menu noise again, clip it, I'll download it and make it a command of the channel. Call it Shark Ears or something, I don't know. It's weird. Doesn't always do it though, it's weird, huh? But now stopped. It ain't gonna do it now that I want it to, huh?
Oh, come on. That was sick. Clip that. I'm screenshotting it.
Weird. It says you got 565 points, Umbran. So it should have let you do the slot machine thing. Mm-hmm. Gonna see if I can change the settings for that. slot machine. Oh yeah, here we go. Godilla's farts music. Hmm. Doesn't say anything about points. Just cooldown. Oh, here's the cost. Okay. Alright, it said 0 for the cost. Let's make it a good 25. Oh, Lotus is streaming. Lurk for Lotus. What is going on up here? Oh. Shit. Oh, what the fuck? You can't even reach that. Where the fuck do you find this music at? That was just a normal song. I don't think you video thing just Godzilla's music, I don't know. But Umbren doesn't like it. No shit, damn. Man, they made this whole area for no reason. What a waste of time. But then it looks like you could go. How the hell? I don't know, seems kinda dumb. Or Godzilla? Had to be Godzilla's music. Hold on, I'll be right back. Godilla, you like this song after all? Or you like Peep Show that much? Jizz dick wanker posh cunt asshole. Where have all the merrymakers gone? What the? You sure about that? Jizz play, Jizz master by No Context Beth has been added. Found this song through a meme about a dramatic cartoon beaver. What the hell? That's pretty random. I gotta see this cartoon. Oh man, get away, eyeball. Chinese beaver song? Damn. Oh yeah, I forgot. Losing your life means you lose hearts, I think. I don't know. They punish you somehow, I think. Oh, nice. Oh, what? Oh wait, I did this already, didn't I? was a book or something. William Hung. Your favorite American Idol contestant? Oh, I didn't buy laurels. Okay, forget it. Bum, 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 bum. Life we live. Project Pat. Oh, you bastards. Oh, crap. Oh, damn, they take everything when you lose your lives. Okay. Shit. Oh, kidding me? Missed that. Missed that heart. Hey, Twiz. How hard is this game? You never played it? It's actually easy, but it's just confusing. Because it's like a maze. What all this crap you gotta do, you gotta find the right path. Oh shit. I don't know if you're in ads. Are you? Oh no, you're subscribed. Okay, so you could hear me. Yeah, it's kind of like Metroid. They wanted to do something different for part 2. It's not like the simple level by level. Oh, I didn't hear a noise. Okay. Okay. This game you enjoyed thoroughly? Yeah, it's a fun game. I always liked it, but yeah, it's just such a difference. It's kind of like what they did with Zelda Part 2. Suddenly it's a whole new game. This game is the original Vania in Metroidvania. Oh yeah, you're right. Before Symphony of the Night. It's the first time they did the whole Metroid type of thing. For a first time player, would suggest playing Redaction Hack. Oh, is that like just a simplified version of this? Most memorable Castlevania music comes from here? Damn, I know it does have some good shit in here. Some really good soundtracks and shit. But I didn't know people might consider this one the best. Seems like music for Castlevania comes from everywhere, from every like the best music is like from every game. Alright. Yeah, see, I'm looking at a walkthrough, so without it, I wouldn't know where the hell to go. Or that you could use the shield to block these guys throwing fireballs at you and shit. That little bastard. You still dance to Simon's theme? Sadly, you don't have a PC, but I think you have a physical copy. Oh, yeah. PP has a big collection of Nintendo, Super Nintendo, all sorts of crazy games. Actual cartridges. Want to hear that song? Know that song? It was in Super Smash Brothers. Need to do that? That's an excellent idea. Oh, Video said it's possible, maybe not likely, but possible to beat the redaction hack without the use of a guide. Oh, okay. So it is like a smarter version of this game. You can get emulators for your phone, so you know, but playing those sucks. Yeah. I don't like playing anything without the controller. Touch controls on the screen, you gotta cover up the screen with your fingers. It's just the worst. Yeah, controlling on a phone doesn't feel right. It's after a while you're just like, fuck this. It's not worth playing with touch controls. Aw, damn. They didn't tell me to get laurels. Crap. I'm gonna die. Or I missed the part where they said get some laurels for this shit. Oh man, it's a lot of damage. Maiden, baby. All the NPCs in the redaction hack give proper hints. Oh yeah, that's something that was really needed for this. It's one of the main problems with this game. Holy shit. Oh man. I don't think I could make it then. Shit. Damn, the guide, I must have skipped the part where they say to buy the laurels. That fucking sucks. It's far away too, I think. Oh, where's my shield? The fuck? Is it? Oh, okay, yeah. Disappears when you walk. Yeah, there's a laurel salesman somewhere. Yeah, you remember he is a couple of towns away, from what I remember. Man, it's kind of sucky that I don't know. I missed the part where it says, "Make sure you buy some fucking laurels." Okay, so man, I'm gonna have to collect 50 hearts along the way. Here, kill off two-headed creatures. Blah, 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 blah. This isn't a safe place for us, but if you bought some laurels and a Jeeba, like, oh, it fucking tells you after. It says if you bought some laurels, you're good to go. You think a red book clue is all it gives? Yeah. Oh, you know what? I think it was a townsperson that said it. Either one. It could be a person in town or a book hidden in a wall. It tells you in a mysterious way, like something about laurels protect you from the poisonous fucking waters. Like it fucking makes it more complicated the way it describes all the clues and shit. Alright. How many lives do I got? One. Well, I gotta make sure not to die. And collect a bunch of these hearts. Shaker maker? I think the clue throws off instead of helping. Yeah. One of them for sure, like one of them's such a crazy ass clue that it will mess you up if you try to figure out what they're saying. The one about the grave duck. Says look to the grave duck something. And you end up trying to find a stupid duck that doesn't exist. Rip your ears. That's Godilla. It's a Godilla song. Alright, I think the town might be down there, hopefully. Hopefully that's all it was, just a little bit over. Couple screens over. Oh, but I gotta wait for daytime too. Do I have the money? Yeah. Okay, damn. Collected the money pretty quick. That's cool. Is this a video of that weirdo? Oh no, just a picture. William Hung, can you feel the love? Oh shit, raid.
Dread Breadcrumb just raided.
Right? That song's fucking bad, right? That's why I put it there. Anytime somebody raids. Hey, Dread, thanks for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Hope you feel the love tonight.
I'm great at this game.
There's Dread
I missed.
killing zombies mixed with William Hung music. Perfect. And it's daytime. You have the CD? Damn. Is that a collector's edition CD? A banger. Is it on the same album as the Ricky Martin song? What's that called? Should put that one on. Should probably burn it. CD is yellow. Oh man. Did you put that one on? Oh, that's what it's called. She Bangs? Yeah, it is. It is She Bangs. William Hung, She Bangs. What a song. What a weird video. Can't believe this is it. I've never seen it. Can't believe he made a video. He blew up hard right after his appearance, yeah. He was like super famous for a little bit. Someone had to help him make the video. You don't think he knows how to do much? Wasn't he studying to be a doctor? You never knew there was a actual video? Me neither. They fucking copied the Ricky Martin video too, it looks like. Looks like he's wearing the same outfit and everything. Wouldn't let that guy be your doctor? Holy shit. His acting skills too are great. Wonder if he got any pussy for doing this. I think there's all sorts of girls that would. They would do it with him just Because he's probably, at this time, rich. Probably a little bit rich after making all this shit. Freaking weird. Yeah, what a video. Holy shit. They did a lot for this crap. Right? He'll get the hose and shit. There's some women that'll go with the guy that fucking, it's not even this famous. You think you're thinking about the guy in The Hangover that's a doctor? In the song, he does say she bang. I'm gonna look that up because I swear they said that he was studying to be a doctor, but I think he failed. He couldn't make it. Oh, at the time of his audition, he was a civil engineering student. That's what he was doing. Whatever the hell civil engineering is. Dollar Store, Depeche Mode. Yeah, who is this? Pretender 94. I guess these guys were famous back in 94 or some shit. Still impressive. Yeah, that video was expensive for sure. Oh, it says that William Hung he brought his career as a musician to an end in 2011. He accepted a job as a technical crime analyst for the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department and decided to pursue law enforcement. Since then, Hung has reflected positively on his pop music career. Holy shit. I don't know. Could be all fake on Wikipedia. It is a 94 mix. Oh, but it was originally from 85. Yeah, it sounds like they were trying to do the whole Depeche Mode style. Oh, I'm looking for Laurels, right? By Daggernaut. Laurels guy's in another place. Crazy if it's true, yeah. I wonder. It sounds like he was doing all sorts of amazing shit. Fucking Crime analyst and civil engineer and law enforcement? What the fuck? It doesn't seem possible that guy could do all that. I think we all underestimated William Hung. Oh shit, is it here? He's off his rocker. His name makes him sound like a porn star. Wesley Pipes. Another great name. Here we go. Here's the Laurel. Oh shit, it's not. What the fuck? The chain whip though. Damn. I should try to get that too. Fucking chain whip. Damn, but it's 150 or something. Burn? What? Damn, so the Laurels guy really is much farther away. Fuck. They really separated the hell out of this one area to the next. And they really didn't have to put it so far away. Or at least make a store in every town where you could buy laurels. Oh crap. What the fuck? Everyone loves Chinese music. Yeah, he's on the farthest east town, yeah. Like Billy, really big Willie. Chinese dynasty music. You like it? I wish I knew what they were saying. Oh no, horrible night again. Ah, fuck. Oh wait, is there something to go to down here? No, it's just the castle. Fuck. Totally wrong area. Whoops, whoops, shit, 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 shit. Ooh, man, gotta be careful. Yeah. We see the album cover, yeah. Oh, yeah. I forgot. Fucking. I'm over here focusing on this. Trying to get back all the way to that fucking Laurel guy. He's a good looking feller. When you hear the song, you want to do this. The rolling, floating frog. Oh, video. Video time from video.
Video_fam just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Video underscore. Let's see. Up, 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 up. Oh yeah, let me put the music down. What is this? What the fuck? Daft Punk? Oh, this is the Dramatic Beaver? 1986? Wait, what? That's not 1986. Animation of Chinese beaver. Meme template. No way did they do that in 1986. Maybe the sound is from 1986? Whatever movie that could be. That was from an original movie and it's identical. Man, what movie is that? Dramatic Beaver. Live action movie was 1980. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. The Beaver's animation is recent. Damn, which way am I going? To the right, right? Yeah, okay. Man, I gotta get out of there. But the beaver looks too serious to be a cartoon. Yeah, like that wasn't for kids. Says the name of the movie in the title, A Better Tomorrow. Hmm. Oh yeah, let's watch the clip of the real movie. See how different or similar it looks like. From the sound of it, it looks like, I mean, it sounds like it could be a pretty cool movie. Laurel guy, are you here? They should get all dramatic. Movies like Boys in the Hood and American Meme, replace them with cute animals. Oh, garlic? Not you. Not the garlic. Here's the real movie? Okay. Oh shit, wrong side. Let's see. Get that ready. Oh shit. Yeah, this looks pretty damn cool. There it is, right? That's it. Bad luck for 3 years. That's the beaver, man. Yeah. The hand gestures too, yeah. They fucking studied this to do that beaver animation. check it out. It's fucking funny that even the title says English subtitle Chinese beaver. They can transfer even the facial expressions too. Yeah, let's check it out again, the beaver one. They gave him the hair, the bandage on his face. You like the beaver one better? Yeah, I want to watch the entire movie with fucking animals. Somebody should pay them to make the whole movie like that. Replace the actors with fucking beavers. Hell yeah. I would watch that. I'd probably watch the Chinese movie too, but I really want to see it with animated beavers. Bam, 138. Oh, what's that? To Zane, enable subscribers only mode. Disabled subscribers only. Messing around with the settings. Think the animated beaver is just a short animation? Oh no, I don't think they would make the whole thing. That would cost too much money. That's why I'm saying somebody should pay them to do it. Yeah, it would be funny if they actually made the entire movie. But I think we would have found out. we would be able to watch it like right away. Damn, the Laurel's guy is all the way up here. Shit. One of these fucking rooms. Someone in art school probably made that beaver clip. Oh yeah, true. That could be like an assignment. Yeah. I think that's what it probably was. He just chose a random clip. Like the assignment is just animate a live action scene in your own style, your own characters. Here we go, freaking laurels. Don't rest on your laurels. Should I buy more? Wait, they give you 2, I think they say. I think I should, man. It seems like 2 is very little. Yeah, screw it up. I'll take it. There's the salesman. Yeah, finally found his ass. He thought Chinese guy and was like, I'm gonna make him a beaver. Makes sense to me. Alright. Now I could just run back. Slowly walk back. Hey Mechas, what's up, man? How you feeling today? Said you got better? Not throwing up anymore? Oh, damn. Oh, crap. They're killing me left and right. Shit. Ooh, freaking spider. Lost all the money. Shit. Macus was sick for like 5 days. Oh, you're still sick? Damn. Been sick for almost a week. Shit. Yeah, I think you do have COVID, man. You said you had trouble breathing. That's like a 100% COVID symptom. I think you should go to a doctor, man. No joke. You gotta take care of business. Yeah, chest hurts too. The flu, I don't know. I think it's mostly COVID, but who knows? It could be like a combination. Flu, because you were throwing up. Damn, these freaking eyeballs, get away. Oh shit, it's a horrible night already. Shit. And I should just run, get out of here. Should take vitamins every day and drink a lot of hot stuff. Be sure to be safe. Whoa. Damn. No spicy foods? One guy says hot stuff, the other guy says no spicy stuff. You do like spicy food, but hold off for now. You felt like your chest was going to burn a hole. No spicy food, that includes chili Fritos. Yeah, Macca's favorite. Can't have your favorite food. Oh man. Might as well let them kill me right now, I guess. Fuck it. They put me right next to the skeleton. Even though they're not that spicy, it will irritate your throat and make it a lot worse. Even mustard. You had some deadly habanero pepper. Shit. Super spicy fucking pepper. Yeah, don't have any fucking ghost peppers. Any of those insane fucking chili peppers. You eat it by itself? Probably as a dare. Somebody better fucking pay up for that shit. Somebody put this on again. Godilla. Even a really good jalapeno is super spicy. It's too damn hot. Bit into, and then the chili. A taco. Oh, you're eating a taco and bit into one of those habanero fucking peppers. Cool vid. Yeah. Oh shit. They skipped your song. Godilla, your song was too perverted. It said, try not to nut video, too perverted. Trying to put porn on there. You like these guys? Yeah, this song was a pretty famous song back in the day. feel good, fun song. Here we go. Fucking hell. Had to come all the way back. Get my stupid laurel shit. How long do they last? Oh, look at that. Fucking terrible. It lasts only a little fucking while. Man, they only last like what? 3 seconds? Oh shit. These guys come back. Oh, I think that's a good place to farm money. Sure, I'll take you to a good place. Hehehe. Oh fuck. Don't hit me. Oh no. A new town. This suspicious character, what does he give me? Oh, trading the... Okay, that's all that guy does. Gives you a red for a blue. Recently repurchased Rogue Trip 2012. Remember the music was... Oh yeah. Holy shit. Yeah. This song too, right? It was in that fucking game. I remember hearing that song over and over. Oh, look, this guy sells laurels. Damn. But they put him on the opposite side of fucking town, or the marsh. Bought it 2 weeks ago. What a coincidence. Oh shit. Yeah, I don't think anybody's played that song recently, so it is kind of crazy. Oh look, this is the part. Get a silk bag from the graveyard duck to live longer. I think that clue fucking makes no sense. That's like the most confusing shit in the game. Oh, did you buy a physical copy then? Of Rogue Trip? Been waiting for a good looking guy like you. What the? A duck like, yeah, like Huey? Baby Huey? Yeah. I use the garlic in the cemetery, and he gives you this. There's a guy that pops out, and he gives you a silver knife. This shit. It's a good weapon. But it wastes hearts, so it's kind of a double-edged sword. I want to get to know you better. Huh. Yeah, so that's all there is in this town? Aren't you supposed to be able to read these signs? Aw, son of a bitch. Think I missed the door. You had the original box for years and bought the disc only. Oh. What happened to the disc? You just lost it, or somebody stole it or something? Crap. Oh man. Wait, there's no... Oh shit, man. There is no other door, huh? No church, nothing? Damn, yeah, there's no freaking church, so I could get my health back. Oh man. Freaking little slimes. Shit. Oh no. Damn. Damn, they're like pretty tough. Tough little fucking slime. Oh, I should use this weapon I haven't really messed with. Oh, I need hearts. Crap. Shit. You let an old acquaintance use it and the rest is history. Oh. Damn, just the disc. Yeah. That shit happens all the time. Letting people, especially as a kid, you let somebody borrow something and then you can pretty much just fucking kiss it goodbye. Parents should teach their kids never to let anybody borrow shit. Damn, they take a lot of hits, man. I don't even think it's worth fighting them. Usually slimes are super weak. Oh yeah, but it's nighttime, so they get stronger too. Need to use holy water? Let's see. Holy water works? I don't know. I think it's still gonna take a lot of hits. Yeah. Holy water doesn't do shit. I'm better off just waiting for daytime. Man, how long is it gonna take though? I wish there was a timer or something. Should be a little fucking little digital timer somewhere telling you what time of day it is. I could kill these characters for a little bit of money. I'm gonna make sure I checked all the houses again. Feels like this town didn't have much of anything. Did I go all the way to the top? I did, right? Need a chain whip? Yeah. Man, it's in that other town far away. And it costs 160 or 150. Oh, here's the church. What the hell? Damn. Oh, I didn't talk to these people. Hit Deborah Cliff with your head to make a hole. The hell? Clues to Dracula's riddle are in Bodley Mansion. Let's see, what else is going on here? I'll see you at midnight on the river bank. Oh. Is she saying that she's the one that fucking, it gives you a ride on the canoe or whatever? What do you got? Buy some garlic? Aw, fuck. What do I need garlic for now? Some of this music is porn. This is porn? Oh yeah, that looks like Sonic porn. Techno wild music. Call me Sonic. Video in 240p upscale to 4K. What? That doesn't look like 4K. So that was a lie. Sorry, pal, no time now. Maybe later. Oh. But Comfort and Mandy Muse twerking Audacity was? That one already passed? I think I already went down here. Oh yeah, it's like the Laurels guy, I think. Oh, was there anything else here? Nah, nothing. This one? That? Anal comforts with real noise censored 19. What the hell? Oh shit, the slimes. Fuck, I forgot. I wanted to hopefully kill them. Oh man, I still don't have any hearts. Man, I think I just gotta run away then. Ugh. They're still tough to kill, those little fuckers. Does anybody know what Dracula's heart does? The little red bean? Does that give me some type of defense? Slimes are comforting? Oh yeah. Amazing. Oh, did I buy the first whip in town? I think I did. That one was, I think, kind of cheap in the very beginning. I think it was cheap enough that I was like, alright, might as well upgrade. Yeah, it says I have L whip. I think that's what they said. You want a leather whip? Which I don't know what else is a whip made out of. You got leather and what's the one weaker than leather? You need to gain experience. Oh, I have been gaining experience. I noticed that in the beginning, some of these enemies took a lot longer to kill. Oh shit. Damn. Forgive your mother? Yes, sir, Reverend Peterson. Mr. Jones. Reverend Peterson is black? Or the Counting Crows guy? Should probably eat soon. Oh yeah. I'm surprised you haven't eaten in a long time, right? Oh damn. Oh fuck no. God damn. Shit. I'm not even sure if I'm supposed to go that way anyways. Let's see, what do they say? Oh, what the fuck? I fucked up. Man. Now I know what the stupid heart is for. Guess what? The guy on the boat takes you to the next mansion, the next level. I'm not even supposed to be here. It was a mistake to go all the way over here. Should possibly eat. Jesse Lee Peterson fan. Oh, Goldilla. Godilla Legs, Jesse Lee Peterson.
Power Party just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
You're Mexican, by the way. You need this whip? Oh, the fire whip or something? Let's see. Oh, I should let the time go by actually. Let me see. Let this freaking darkness go away. Just stay safe there. Oh, okay. What the fuck? That whip? That's a hell of a whip. That could kill Dracula, yeah, from a fucking mile away. So yeah, before you get on the ferry, you gotta equip Dracula's heart. How the fuck? I don't think anybody ever gave me that clue. Oh shit. So I got the hearts, and I'll just come back. And this guy will take me to a whole different area. Show you the way. There we go, look at that. The colors change. And here's the next level. Is this some fucked up music? Sounds kind of corrupt. What the hell? Treasure Planet for the Game Boy Advance. Quality music. Oh, Macus, I put gambling on this channel. It's slots to activate it.
Let's go gambling! Aw, dang it! 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 Aw.
It's actually supposed to be a game too, but I don't know why it didn't work. It's supposed to give you points or something. That one. And what else? Oh yeah, Magic 8 Ball. Yeah, it's some weird thing where you get a chance to actually win something, win little points for some shit. Oh, it's just 8 ball. Yeah. Yeah, 8 and ball like that.
I don't drink Brass Monkey, like the beat funky. Nickname
go.
Easy E, yo, 8 ball junkie. Easy E's fucked up and got the 8 ball rolling.
Oh, you gotta put exclamation 8 ball, but I put a cooldown so you can only use it once per a minute. Like, you gotta wait a minute till you could use it again. Let's see. Try it again.
I don't drink Brass Monkey,
Oh, yeah,
like
there.
the beat
Oh, I guess
funky.
I could do it
Nickname
whenever.
Easy E, yo, 8 ball junkie. Easy E's fucked up and got the 8 ball rolling.
Can anyone use 8 ball? You're supposed to ask it questions, whatever, so it makes sense, but let's see. Can anyone use 8 ball whenever?
I don't drink Brass Monkey, like the beat funky. Nickname Easy E, yo, 8 ball junkie. Easy E's fucked up and got the 8 ball rolling.
What the hell? The response is a bunch of emotes. The 8 ball says fucking all these stupid emotes. 8 ball's just fucking crazy now. Oh, the slimes are here too. Shit. Damn, how many hits? Shit. Oh, fuck. Damn it. Oh, man, there's so many fucking fake-ass floors. You really do have to throw the holy water everywhere. Well, is this 3-6 Mafia? Break the law, 3-6 Mafia. Damn, I don't know if I should go over there. It's probably a waste of time. Let's see. Okay, right away. Oh shit, damn. Or maybe that's actually the path. Who knows? Feel ferocious. and thanks to the music and shit. Yeah, lighting up suckers. That's what this music does. Break the law, break the law. Everybody break the law. Just do something illegal. Oh, I missed that. You said this is so gangsta. Yup. I actually like 3-6 Mafia. They're kind of funny with some of their songs. Shit. Oh, it is a dead end. Look at that. That sucks. This game tricks you to going into these fucking dead end areas. Hold on. Be right back. The hell? Your DJ has universal taste. You could be the DJ if you want. Damn, right when I put the volume up to this fucking song. You could skip songs too if you don't like them. Like that. Jeff. Oh yeah, you were saying the speaker blew. Have the need for speed. And you can put music like this with SR and then put a link to YouTube, whatever song you want. Copy the link from YouTube. To Zane, since you're a mod, you could skip songs and all that. And anyone can add songs with command exclamation SR. So yeah, go ahead, put whatever. You could even do it like this, like SR, and then just name the song, and then there's a chance that it'll actually know, like Purple Rain, let's say. Purple Rain by Prince. There you go. That worked. Oh shit, this is like a whole movie clip.
Let's go gambling! Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it. Aw, dang
Hey
it.
Brady,
Aw, dang
welcome
it.
in.
Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it. Aw,
Oh, that one you probably have to search for. Donkey Kong Country 2 Stick Bush. Sticker Bush? Is that music or just a scene from the movie? Oh, or Refine, okay. Shout out Brady. That seems like a clip from the game.
Go. Or I will
Yeah,
soon
fuck that.
betray myself.
Lita has no idea. I don't believe my eyes. Is this really happening?
I think I found it. That Donkey Kong Country song. How's it going? Going good. Pretty good, Brady. Can't complain. Listening to bird sounds. John Neville's best bird noises. Skip. Oh shit, Godilla requested this one. crap. Doing good too. Just busy celebrating a Buffalo Bills win. Oh, cool. That's your team? It's awesome. Oh, and I forgot, they're in the playoffs, right? Not your home team, but easily your favorite team. Okay. Your team went 4-12 this year? Oh man. Damn. Keep wondering what's over here, what's over there. Poor Denver got destroyed by the Bills. It was sad. Oh yeah, what was the score? Oh man. Was it like 40-0? Okay, 7-31. Damn. Look at that. Another dead end. Nothing up here. Yeah, it's pretty devastating. More bird sounds. Is that what we got? A webboat. The Ghetto Boys. Ghetto Boys. Damn, it feels good to be a gangsta. This is what you listen to when you buy Fritos. Yep. Perfect music to buy Fritos too. It's a feel-good gangsta skit. Yeah, it's pretty nice, actually. You know, doesn't even sound like they're talking about crazy shit like you usually hear. Just just sounds like being a cool dude. Oh man. Oh. That's how Grimace dances to this song. You don't know how I can do a large emote on my own channel? You could do that too. When you open up OBS, you can just look at your chat window and then yeah, click on the power-ups and rewards little thing. It comes up right away. That's shaking it, yeah. Yeah, look around the chat window that pops up in OBS. Oh shit, Purple Rain. That's what this is. Okay. It's the guy that beat Charlie Murphy at basketball. Yep. Oh my god. Purple Rain. Song is legendary. Yeah, this shit's crazy. Old school classic. Rest in peace, Prince. Oh, Godilla. There's a limit already. You got too many songs in the queue. Oh man, how can I get past that guy without dying? I should have got the chain whip, man. This is crazy, man. Everyone takes too many hits. Holy crap, man, they kill you right away too. Gotta run away. Get out of here. Oh, get out. Bam. The jukebox is busting. Oh, bursting with songs. Oh yeah, you could check out the song list with the command. See if any songs are left or whatever's coming up. Songs and bird noises. And Donkey Kong Country 2. That's coming up. Damn, I gotta collect a ton of money. Shit. I don't have anything. Crap, man. This guy wants 50 for the wooden stake. Oak stake, 50. Oh, crap. Hang on. Oh, fuck. I don't want to mess with that slime. Just realized that if you lose all your lives, your experience level goes to 0. Oh, shit. Damn, so I thought you just lose hearts. Damn, what the fuck? That's a huge punishment then. Fuck. So all this time, I lost all that experience? Damn. Energy attack are greatly reduced. Level 1 again. Oh man. I never realized that. Shit. I think even as a kid, I didn't know that's what happened. Holy shit! So that is a huge punishment for dying. Yeah, for losing 3 lives. And I don't think you can get extra lives in this game. Damn, so you are better off making sure you buy the chain whip right away. And good thing you told me that, cause I would have kept on playing like it didn't matter. Oh, did we switch over to Donkey Kong music already? Oh no, it's still this? I didn't realize it ended all like that, like with orchestra music. You won't stop. Yeah. It's one of those crazy songs that likes to go on and on. But there's Donkey Kong. Oh, were you around when I finally got through Donkey Kong Country Part 1? Twiz. Man, that game is crazy. It's fucking tough. You love this? Yeah, this... all that Donkey Kong country music is pretty awesome, man. It's really unique. Fucking cool shit. Oh, you did see it? Okay. Yeah. Nothing else sounds like the Donkey Kong country music and shit. Okay, finally got it. Ooh, that took forever. Man. And what do you need for level 2 fucking 100 experience or something? Alright, now I guess I go down. I don't really know where to go either. Oh fuck. Damn it. Well, everything went to hell. Yeah, now it makes sense why those slimes were fucking tough as hell. Everything else. It's pretty cool though, like buying the whip really matters. It's like if you get a whip, then you're permanently stronger. You don't really have to worry about dying. Chain whip. It's over 30 years old. Yeah, Donkey Kong Country. Holy shit, dead. It's better to run away. Oh, what the? There's the Grim Reaper that you can just ignore. What's the point of killing the Grim Reaper? I see you now. Process Dracula's eyeball. Oh, I know. The eyeball lets you see the invisible walls and floors, right? Oh yeah, what's the point of killing the Grim Reaper here? Wonder. Time to play the game. Fucked up. Gives the third dagger? Oh, damn. No secret. Little short on bosses as for the third mansion. No. Let's see. What do they say? How do you beat them easily? Oh, it just says use holy water and whip them to death. What the hell is this video? Jesus, this. Whatever the fuck. Oh, he fucking takes off a lot of health. Shit. Oh man, he's gonna kill me. Shit. Bam, die already. Oh my god, fucking die. Shit, I'm too weak to kill him. There's some shit a Mr. Clean ad would have in background. Damn. I don't think it's even worth it getting that dagger. The fuck is this? Fuck. Bing bong bing? What? What the hell? You like this, Macus? Godilla too, you like this? Oh, what the? No, don't want to go down there. Fuck. Damn. Hmm. This is when you visit Australia? Oh my god. Damn it. Oh, you bastard. Oh, what the? Oh, the eyeball. cool. The eyeball shows you the secrets like that. Wait for a soul with a red crystal on Deborah Cliff. That's sort of a good clue. What was up here? Nothing? No shortcut? Damn. Half on a sack. Fucking dumb. Oh shit, another secret. That's the clue that brings the teleport tornado? Oh yeah. So that one is pretty good, like... You can kind of figure out red crystal and the cliff. Damn, can I get to that thing? I guess whoa. What the hell? Oh, somehow I'm supposed to get up there. I want to see what's in that book. That's what you call your dick? Half in the sack? What do we got here? Oh shit. Another one? What's this one called? Cisco default old music. Damn, this is fucking cool. That sounds amazing. Gonna have to play that one too. They say that's the toughest Donkey Kong Country. We'll see about that. Damn. Damn, are you fucking for real? How the hell can you get that? Holy shit. Yeah, you have to be that accurate. Place the laurels in a silk bag to bring them to life. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Brings them to life. The hell does that mean? Yeah, I really like that Donkey Kong song right now. That could be some classic 80s fucking music. Like for some movie or some shit. Silk bag lets you hold 4. Oh, more laurels? Really? Oh, damn it. Fuck. So 8? Because I could hold 4 of them right now. Like, I had 2 more. Let's see, what do you do after this shit? Oh, what? There's a secret way to kill the Grim Reaper. I could have used this as... Involves luring the Grim Reaper to the right, and when his robe is in the ground, you can throw holy water at the part in the ground to instantly kill him. What the fuck? This has to do with the frame that the holy water hits the boss and can take some practice, but for a casual run, you can take him out normally, easily enough. And you could hit him with 1 holy water. And you get the golden knife. An extremely powerful sub-weapon. It is up to you, of course. But we recommend you take him out for the heck of it. Alright, so after this, another questionably useful hint. Oh, the thing about the place the laurels in a silk bag to bring them to life. They say it's a questionable, useful hint. Like, even they don't really know what if that's a good hint or not. Either way, kill the skeleton, drop down. We're leaving now, so go down as much as you can to the slime and head right past the knights. You can start going down, just when you have the choice of going left or down, go down, backtrack, false floor, drop spikes, you back to the entrance. And the next mansion, Bodley Mansion. Let's see. Is this Game Boy RoboCop? Is it? That's fucking crazy. What is going on? I don't know. Is that Sonic? Some kind of Sonic game. Tim Carlton Opus #1. Genesis remix. So it's just a bunch of different Genesis music. Yeah, that can't be Sonic though. I wonder what Genesis game that is. Opus #1 on Sega Genesis. Is it just like a mix? Of just different famous Genesis games or something? Sega Online? You did DKC2 Opus number 1 and then did Sega Genesis Remix. Really like Opus number 1. Kind of flowed together. I thought we were still listening to the Donkey Kong music. Satellite service for Sega. Sonic ROM hack. Oh, okay. That's why that looked weird. Sega Genesis remade. Beat it. That sounds cool. Now this part of request is optional, not to mention difficult. Let's see, I'm gonna read a little bit of oh shit, barf. Yeah, Michael Jackson's on. Barf's favorite singer in the world. It sounds good, yeah, for Sega Genesis style little beats and shit. Yeah, this is pretty cool. If it was in the Michael Jackson Moonwalker game on Genesis, that shit would sound awesome. About to descend the mountain? Oh shit. Good luck, Barf. Don't get hurt. Sounds better. Yeah, it does sound better than the actual game. This proves Simon Belmont can do anything. Even moonwalk. Nice and easy, Barf. Yeah. Be safe. Bum, 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 bum. Because it's not using sounds the Genesis is capable of? Oh, really? This is Yamaha XG, which is late 90s. So you're saying they lied to us? Damn, I think I should just get that chain whip. Chain whip, because holy crap. This is just gonna get tougher and tougher. Prove it? Yeah, prove it, Godilla. How do you know so much? What do we got now? Oh, RoboCop now. For Game Boy. Oh, that's why you said RoboCop for Game Boy. RoboCop 3? What the fuck? They made 3 RoboCops on the Game Boy? Holy shit. Yeah, you need that thing. Yeah. I'm gonna go all the way back. Fuck, it's something I should have got, but I thought I could just speed run this game. The Genesis audio clip chip is the whatever, which is only capable of 6-channel audio. And 4 of those aren't 32-bit MIDI samples like that video. Cover for Game Boy, as this was not originally on Game Boy. It was on NES and C64. This sounds like a mix of both NES and C64, which is... Oh, okay. So there... Man, I don't even remember a RoboCop 3 video game of any kind. Shit. Oh, man. Fucking laurels. I guess I should have bought more. Oh, no, stop. Nah, I'm gonna waste 1 life so I can collect money and be more safe. Oh, why did I fucking waste shit? Thought I had the holy water on. The soundtrack of the Smurfs proves you wrong? The Game Boy can't do that, it's just some millennial 8-bit generic mix. Yeah. Need a ton more money. And it's a horrible night. Oh, you bastard. Oh yeah, they take more hits. Shit. Damn. Fuck that. Damn. Oh, fuck. This actual RoboCop Game Boy game proves you wrong. This is just the actual game. Titled. It says real Game Boy recording. I mean, that does sound pretty good. Gotta leave it to Ocean to make good music and shallow games. Waterworld on Virtual Boy. That's true. They made that Fester's Quest, or I mean, fucking Adam's Family Values with the cool music. It had some awesome music, but one of the worst games ever. Oh, here I can collect a lot. It's a good spot, I think. Hey, video, can you enter exclamation slots? I want to see if that does anything for you guys anymore. Thought I had it working, but I don't know what happened now. Or anybody else, just enter exclamation mark slots. See if it tells
Let's
you.
go gambling! Aw, dang it! 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 Aw.
Oh shit. Cool, thanks Godilla. You got Bible Thump and lost your 100 mega points? What the fuck? Holy shit. You lost points? Damn. And 100 of them? God damn. It's a shitload of points to lose. Sorry about that. Bible Thump is a removed emote.
Let's go gambling!
Oh, really?
Aw, dang it! Aw, dang it! Aw, dang it! Aw, dang it! Aw, dang it!
So that was a generic,
Aw, dang it!
or I mean like Twitch default emote. Oh damn, you only have 75 mega points right now. Damn. What is this shit? Oh, some more insane crap. Creative dingling. Simpsons Dingaling song. Wiggles, what the hell? Toot toot chugga chugga big red car. Somebody else has to add songs, not just Godzilla with these insane songs. Chugga chugga. Ooga chaka. Oh shit, no. Video put Smurfs. Oh, did it skip? Shouldn't skip the Smurfs. Oh, it's still... It's like number 7. Shit. Yeah, it's number 7 on the list. Gonna take a while then. More Wiggles fucking music. Holy crap, I only got 1 life? But I'm not sure where to go. Oh, fuck, fuck, fuck. I should go to a village first and get full health. Godzilla's coming? Oh shit. He's coming. Godzilla's always coming or going. Oh, horrible nights. Shit. Gotta wait for this freaking night. Yeah, there's nothing to do but just fucking wait for it to stop. Super Metroid Subversion. About what tune is that? I don't know. Verdite Mines? What the hell? Verdite Mines, whatever that is. What part of the game is that? Sounds like they mixed in some Ocarina of Time music in there. He by your grandmama house? You're thinking of a bow?
What kind of beer do you like? Heineken? Fuck that shit! Pabst Blue Ribbon!
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
The SNES used audio samples, not MIDIs, like a Genesis or PC would use. You could hack Super Metroid to have Ridley make ptarmigan noises if you wanted. Good idea. Oh, now this is Moonwalker.
Myagadilla99 just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Oh my god. Alright. See what the hell this is.
You're not gonna believe this, but I think a bear got into my garbage last night.
Did we see this shit?
All over my yard. Look at it all.
Oh yeah, we saw this stupid
Shit, it's a Bigfoot! Damn! Look at the belly on that fat-ass hairy beast. He must be the bastard that keeps leaving litter on my lawn. Uh-oh. Oh, he's holding his stomach. He's probably gonna get sick from eating my wasted leftovers. Oh no, he's squatting.
Oh, it's a different video. Okay.
Crap, he just took a huge shit. Oh my god, what the? He must be full of it. Look at the size of that dump. He left a landfill right there. This is unbelievable. What the hell? Holy shit, it's a Bigfoot! What in God's name is he doing here? Son of a bitch! He's smoking a cigarette! Are you kidding me? That's how all these wildfires are getting started. Sasquatches smoking cigarettes. Hey! Get an ashtray, asshole! Yeah, you got a bad habit there, buddy. I hope Smokey the Bear kicks your hairy ass. This boar-banging bastard's trying to hump my hogs. Are you kidding me? So that's why my ham always has hair in it. 'Cause this son of a horny bitch in Sasquatch been making bacon and riding my rump roast. Look at him. He wants to spare rib my pork loins with his sausage.
It sounds like the stupid hunt club are trespassing on my property again.
What the hell? Holy shit, it's a Bigfoot! He's banging a beagle! Wow! It looks like he found the foxhole first! Oh my god! He's doing that bitch hound doggy style! Hey!
Everybody get naked! Come on, don't be stuck up. It's going to be great.
Well, why not? This party's just getting started!
Everybody!
Oh shit. Thanks, Macus, for the bits.
Oh no! Forget the frog legs! He found the goose eggs! Oh man, their lives are gonna be over! Easy! Hey! Leave those poor unborn gucklings alone, bud! Put them back! Wait, no! They don't have wings? Oh no, look at that! Oh man!
So stupid.
He just scrambled their asses big time! You cruel bastard!
I was just wondering if you wanted to hang out with me and smoke weed and fill our bellies with diet soda and play Burnout Revenge for the PS2.
Twissaine just redeemed Burnout Revenge.
Holy shit! It's a Bigfoot and a Sasquatch. They're holding hands.
Time to play Burnout Revenge.
Oh, it must be mating season or something. What the hell is that? Holy shit, it's another Sasquatch! What's she doing? Oh, she's pissed! She just pushed Bigfoot! Now she's smacking the shit out of that Sasquatch! Well, she's got bigger boobs!
Stupid.
We have got a regular cat fight going on here! Holy handfuls of pubic hair! Bigfoot must have got busted on a booty call! Wait, he's getting... what? He just ripped down my bird feeder! Oh no! I was eating all the seeds! Hey, bud! Come on, man! Give me a break! Now that red blue jay's never coming back! F you too! That's not the bird I was looking for! Damn it! Ah, oh, man! How am I gonna... Ah, Jesus! Shit!
Is this real? Yeah, Macus. It was a real Bigfoot. Holy handfuls of pubic hair. Oh, the church. Fuck. See, got a save state here. Oh, and I gotta buy more laurels too. Shit. You look pale, my son. You must rest in the church. In Berkeley Mansion. Got a friend waiting for you in the town of Algebra. Shit. I hope it's down here. Oh, I didn't get this. Clear a path at Berkeley Mansion with a white crystal. Okay. Purchase a chain whip. 150. Okay. Good, it's right here. But I still need 8 more hearts. Oh, come on. Damn it. Fuck. Fucking hell. Shit. Oh, is this the Smurfs? This can't be the Smurfs, can it? Oh shit, it is? Damn, that's Smurfs music for Game Boy? What the hell? Sounds good. They actually cared and composed some serious music for Game Boy, yeah. This is not just some generic crap. Somebody fucking thought about it. Here we go, chain whip. Chain reaction, awesome. Oh, I just realized you guys don't see the little achievements pop up. Aw, man. Oh, look at that. Damn, 1 hit. That is nice. That is fucking cool. One hit with the chain whip.
Myagadilla99 just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Wait, why is that fire there? Wow. Oh, I think that's where I got the fire in the first place. Fire weapon. ready to win now. Yeah. Yeah, this whip, fuck. It's a necessary item, really. Shit. Possess the sacred flame. But yeah, I already had that little flame thing, so. The eye sees it, yeah. That's the awesome thing. Oh, look at that, another book. Shit. Replenish Earth, kneel by the lake with the blue crystal. Whoa, shit. Okay, fuck. That sounds like, oh, I thought it was Castlevania, like that castle crumbling. Oh, you put this to Zane? What is it? Fucking, oh, Street Fighter 2010. These are hidden gems. Scammed Godilla. Oh, MS was video said, thanks you picked these because you're familiar with Smurfs soundtrack and Game Boy. It is the best sounding 8-bit Smurfs. If you go for sound, you pick Game Boy. You go for visuals, you pick Game Gear, which itself does not sound bad. Oh, damn, Street Fighter was super fast. Let's see. Gotta collect 50. Oh, I already got it. That was fast. Cool. Get more laurels. And try to survive. Oh no, fuck that water. I don't like that water. Too dangerous. Oh shit, hey Spice Boy. What's up? Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday, everybody. Oh, the fucking water. Shit. Damn it. And I gotta go through here. Never played this? Oh shit, really? Damn. Yeah, video was saying how this is the original Metroidvania. The first Castlevania that tried to copy what Metroid did. Oh shit. Damn. Oh crap. Smurf works well with Castlevania. Yeah, it's not bad. This is pretty cool music. I got a save state to be safe. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, there we go. Fucked up already. Great music as always. Oh shit. Oh crap. Oh yeah, the laurels are like in the last house. At least I think they are. I don't remember. Damn it. Oh no, I think this is probably some useless part. Oh no, it is. Yeah, laurels. Here we go. I wanted to buy more, but that's good enough. Blab dance. Is this Smurfs again? Oh shit. Volcano Smurfs. Smurfs Game Boy Volcano music. Yeah. Smurfs on Game Boy, apparently. Who knew? Who knew they could make such crazy, diverse music on Game Boy? And not even Game Boy Color.
Fucking shit!
Means can just redeem
Original,
fucking
old ass Game Boy. Oh shit, hey, mind scan. There's no church here, what? Sounds really good. Yeah, holy listen to how it fucking changes and everything. It's not repetitive, it actually mixes it up. You didn't do fucking sheet mind scan? Hey, what's up, Mac? Just trying to beat Castlevania. But, mind scan? Are you drunk? Game Boy's sound chip is basically a mix of NES and C64. Not drunk enough. They did this to a Game Boy Smurfs game. Yup. Again, sounds too good, right? Makes me want to play the game. Yeah, it's crazy how it doesn't repeat. It seems to be like a whole fucking symphony. It's insane. It's like Beethoven fucking worked on the Game Boy. Freaking slaps. How many brews mine scan? Now this is a Godilla song for sure. No, Nokia ringtone, Arabic. What? Oh, good, it's over. Fucking nonsense. Godilla always finds the weirdest shit. Song having a stroke. And now opera music. Oh shit. Abigail Shapiro, hello, oh Margaret, it's you. Swab. Oh yeah, I think you put this on before. That's weird even for Godilla. A whole nother level of weird. She has a nice rack. Don't at me. Oh fuck. Almost died, holy shit. Ah, what the hell? Jesus. Is this Ben Shapiro's wife? What the fuck? Wood? Sister? That's her? Phantom of the Opera? Oh, you're putting on the Nightwish? Only Plays makes fun of Ben Shapiro a lot. Really? The Asian guy playing piano in it is a vibe? Let's take a look at him. Yeah, he looks like he's enjoying this. He's having fun. Is it over? Did that one finish? Oh. Okay. Tarmagan sounds. Bird songs of Canada. A bow, a bow.
Let's go gambling! What is this? Aw, dang it! 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 Aw.
You like birds? Smurfs Old Gold Mine. Another hit. Another hit Smurf song. You heard this guy likes birds? That's what I heard. This is when the Smurfs win? Yeah, this is when they fucking find a bunch of gold, apparently. Smurfs in the old gold mine. That's the end of the game where they get rich. Oh, this is the minecarts level, but also the bonus level. Oh man, they got Donkey Kong style minecart levels. Goji requesting game videos.
Let's go gambling!
Oh shit, hey Necro.
Aw, dang it! 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 Aw.
Oh yeah, Necro, there's gambling here now. There's Necro. Oh yeah, he's playing Dead by Daylight.
I can't fucking believe he fucking fell for that shit. Holy fuck. Oh my god. That was fucking funny as shit.
That was oh shit. That was a rare clip of Necro not playing retro an old game. That was one of the newer games. Oh shit, now we got some serious Metroid. Zero mission, Kraid's Lair. Arrangement by Castle. Pretty awesome. Bum 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 bum. You don't know any game reviews, but Smurfs on NES, Master System, Game Boy, and Game Gear are all basically the same game. Personally think it is pretty decent, especially for a licensed game, and you can say for sure, but it seems the handheld versions had the levels rearranged to work better. Oh, on a handheld, your favorite version is a Game Gear, followed by Game Boy. Oh, you can't say, yeah. There's a Smurfs in television. Damn. That's gotta look pretty shitty. Man, look at that one hit. All these enemies. Looking Chain Whip is awesome. You remember the NES Smurfs game being pretty decent, never revisited it? Maybe jank little child brain tricked you? Who knows, it might be alright. I'm surprised that Home Alone on Game Boy I think is pretty good. A bunch of the Home Alone games, I played them, I think almost all of the Game Boy and Game Gear and fucking Genesis Home Alone games, and they were like pretty decent. There you go, that's what I needed. Jesus. This better be in television. Smurfs. Oh shit, don't go there. Let's see.
McDonald's gave Media Betty's just redeemed choose a short YouTube video.
Okay, it is. Oh, let me turn off the music for a second here. I want to hear and see what this looks like. ColecoVision. Smurf Rescue. 1982. Actually, it was ColecoVision. The fucking walking animation. They did at least like 3 frames of animation. That's kind of good. The ColecoVision's controller was so whack. Looks better than Atari. Oh yeah, you know what? Yeah, it does look like more detailed than an Atari game. So this was like a step up. It's like Dark Souls. Look at that stamina going down. Oh shit. Whoa, look at that. That looks fucking cool. Wait, is that the end of the game? That's the entire game? You win? You save fucking Smurfette? You just jump shit? What the fuck? Oh, damn. No, it's 22-minute game. Nicely designed skull. Yeah, that was actually impressive. A cool looking skull. "22 mini games?" But they're all jumping over a thing. But it's the same shit over and over. Does it change when you beat it the last time? Was that different? A bat came out? You got bats now. Okay, they are new, right? They added bats in the final level. Oh shit, maybe the last level looks like it. Spiders, oh shit. Now we're talking. The true ending. It just goes on again. He died? And now it ends. What the hell? Shit, that wasn't the true ending. I feel ripped off. Somebody beat that game for real. Total rip off. Very Pitfall minus alligators. Yeah. Pretty much was something like Pitfall with a little bit better graphics. The guy playing it just decided to die right there. He had enough. Laurels. Here we go. Damn, I could buy a ton of crap with this now. People were more entertained back then. Yeah, when there's no other, video games around, that's pretty much the best shit you could get. The heart. Travel again, show you the way. Oh yeah, I think everybody had to use their imagination more. Oh shit, this part, I think this is kind of fucked up. This area. Oh yeah, this sucks. That part sucks. One of the games that you were so scared of as a kid, game called Haunted House, was like magic to see something on TV you could control. Oh yeah, that's true. First time you play a video game, well, for me, I was like moving the control itself and shit. Like swinging the fucking controller up and down all over the place and shit. It's so bad. You're a pair of eyeballs going through an endless maze. Oh, I think I've seen that. I think the nerd reviewed that Haunted House. Just in a pair of eyeballs. Yeah, he must have done that. That's where I saw it. Eventually you get a torch, but the way they portray, it's like an orange ball with a pair of eyeballs. What is this? Haunted House? The game?
McDonald's gave Media Betty's just redeemed choose a short YouTube video.
This. Oh shit, the music. Oh, this is Atari? Okay. Same game, Atari 2600. Long play. Oh shit, it has the fucking Pitfall sounds. Yep. It's pretty much what I would expect on Atari. Hey, the spiders come out right away. And you could duck. That's impressive. Hey, Uni. Welcome back. 8.5 hours. Yep. Getting kinda hungry though. Oh shit. Yeah, that's not bad for Atari, man. It's kinda alright. Pretty good music, too. Should have that recorder flute music. The sky looks nicer. Holy shit, yeah, look at that. There's detail in it. That sky. But they got the snakes. It looks like straight out of Pitfall. Look at, yeah, the gradients in the sky. That's impressive. You try to hit more than 150 yards, but your swing isn't there. Your arm's gonna be sore. Oh, you're playing golf. 150? Damn, that sounds fucking insane. Uni's strong. Uni's a strong woman. I don't think I could hit anywhere near that if I tried to play golf. Fuck, let's skip to the end. This is gonna be the same shit a million times. See if anything different happens. True ending? No, continue. Already hurts. It was too cold. You're too weak. Oh, that guy gives up right there.
McDonald's gave Media
The
Betties
2600 was was every sense of the word an underpowered, stripped down piece of shit version of the MOS technology. So this guy just gives up right there. Turns the game off right there. Some more Smurfs, mechas? How many different Smurfs games are there? This one's for the NES. Let's see. Whoops. Uh-oh, I think I typed in. Oh, okay, that is what you wanted to see? Something Alpha Beam? What the hell? Big Bird's Egg Catch? 18 minutes. One more video. Let's go Smurfette. What? What's going on? The video is playing. What the fuck? When does something happen? Oh. Shit. They took forever to start the game. The fence proved to be the final undefeatable boss. Yeah, that's where the other game ended. Bet the game goes infinitely? I think so, just like every arcade game from back then, every Atari game too, I think. It was all about getting points. Oh shit, Duck Dance. Fence undefeated. Big Bird's Big Bird ass. Godilla, if yours did that, you wouldn't joke about it. You thought that was Huey? Forgot how old Sesame Street is to have Atari games. Oh yeah, it's fucking 70s old. Need to hear it? Oh, is the volume kind of or something?
Cause my name is Baby Huey, I'm the biggest duck in town. Doing the duck. Doing
One Big Bird to another.
Is the whole world gone mad?
Mad?
Unik just redeemed tak dancing.
Uni? You, my scan, we don't need to know. Doing the dick. So this game is just catching eggs or some bullshit, right? And some weird crap going on there. What is that even? Oh, okay. Great game, Mechas. Why is it called Alpha Beam? What the hell? Oh shit, Cookie Monster. It's something. Come on, do something. What the fuck? Yeah, that's the name, Alpha Beam. Starring Big Bird and now Cookie Monster, I guess. But he doesn't fucking move or anything. What the hell? He's hacking Big Bird game.
Talk about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered
Big Bird
sausage, where
isn't
it comes from,
moving.
what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face.
Yeah, what the fuck? Oh shit, now there's a spaceship with letters. Go to the middle. I mean, that was the middle, the fucking Cookie Monster shit. And then there's a space. Oh, and then there's fucking Oscar the Grouch something. Oscar's Trash Race. Is this a bunch of different games? Like separate cartridges you would actually have to buy separately? This is Oscar the Grouch. Okay, wait. This guy's gameplay is fucked up. That's racist. You seen the buttered sausage dog version? What? No. Where the hell's Oscar in this video? What the fuck? They didn't even fucking draw Oscar in this shit.
McDonald's gave Media Betty's just redeemed choose a short YouTube video.
Oscar's Trash Race. Fucking, what the hell does that title mean? They don't show Oscar at all. Fucking rip off. What? Oh, okay. So this is the game really being played. Cookie Monster Munch, okay. Buttered sausage is AI, it's not real. Yeah, I heard about that. I mean, I actually saw how they made it. The guy that was actually saying all that. This is like the same. He doesn't move. Oh, there he goes. Shit. Took forever. Okay, he's eating cookies. That's good. Oh, he's bringing it. He's bringing a cookie to the cookie jar. Great game. That was the whole level? Pick up one cookie. Now two. That's the opposite of what Cookie Monster would do. Oh shit, now 3 cookies. 15-minute game. 24 cookies? This game is gonna go to 100. Oh shit, look at that ending. Oh, we gotta see that ending. Wait, who the hell's that? They switched characters. Look at that. That's amazing. That's pretty high quality graphics right there for Atari. Shitty Pac-Man. That's the ending we like. Pretty long RPG. Oh, he's actually controlling that? 17, 18. Cowabunga? What the fuck? He goes into a coma. What the fuck is going on? This is hacked, isn't it? This is not real.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Nothing.
How fucking piece of dog shit.
Just hanging around.
Alright, awesome. That was a great ending. That actually looked like too impressive for Atari. That final part of the game. Who is this? Nightwish. Oh, Phantom of the Opera. That request. Kind of fits with Castlevania. Damn, this part sucks. I remember this shit. It's fucking tough. That was quite an experience. Yeah. Now we know everything about Sesame Street on the Atari and Smurfs on ColecoVision. Jump when the block moves up. Yeah, I'm seeing like the way to do it, but yeah, it still feels kind of fucking tricky and shit. I don't trust any of these jumps. Oh my god. Holy shit. Yeah. It's only when it goes up. You don't even have a chance any other way. Shit. That's crazy that the fucking the gravity, the physics of this actually matter. Oh crap, fucking eagles now. Did you tell me you got a Sesame Street NES game recently? When you hit 400, you're gonna play Sesame Street NES? Oh man, you actually bought the cartridge? Shit. That's crazy. Fucking eagles, holy shit. Oh, Medusa heads? Fuck. Oh shit, they follow you around.
I didn't do fucking shit!
Mint can
Oh
just
man,
redeem I
that
didn't
sucks.
fucking cheat.
These are even worse than normal Medusas. Shit, fuck that. Oh, thanks for the giant... What is that? Whatever butt-shaking thing that is. Thanks, Mindscaff, for that big ass... Oh, you got it... Man, for $5? That's cheap. Even if it is a stupid, crappy game. $5? The greatest Sesame Street experience. I could have sworn you already played some NES Sesame Street game. Was that a different one you played? Oh shit, Vampire Hunter's best friend. I'll give you a diamond. Oh, the diamond weapon. I can't remember that shit. You have the N64 one too? Oh, I think that's what I saw you play. N64? Sesame Street? You don't think you played any of them? Really? I thought, man, could have sworn I saw you playing some weird Sesame Street game. Oh, I got the diamond already, so that's it. That's what this was for. Some crazy new weapon, the diamond. An unheard of Castlevania weapon. Never to be seen again. What the hell is that? What's with that? Is that a girl with a weird ass nose? What the hell's going on? What song is it? Let's see. Oh, I think we saw one of these before. Xeno Crisis OST, Area 3 Dunes. Xeno Crisis. So I got the eyeball. That was the latest thing I got. Oh shit. I forgot about killing the Grim Reaper. Now I could probably kill his ass right away. Hard as fuck game, but you love it. Xeno Crisis. It's from 2019 Sega Genesis. Okay. Has dope music. Never made it to Area 5, so I haven't heard that one. Damn, it's tough. Holy shit. Alright, time to kill the Grim Reaper. So is that a ROM you could just download video? Oh shit. Dead. I wish there was a easier way to get over there. Damn, look at how quick you can kill the slimes now. They ain't shit. These slimes ain't shit. Sure, you can find the ROM. Personally bought the ROM from the game devs. Oh, okay. And sells on their website. Yeah. That's cool. How much was it? Wonder how much they would ask for. Yeah. Cause yeah, it is some small time developers and shit. That's good, you gotta support them. Especially if they made some really cool shit like that. $20 last you checked? Yeah, that's not too bad for something, you know, those guys broke their backs making some crazy shit like that. Yeah, holy crap, this is so much better with this whip. You can actually kill these things right away. Oh, damn. Oh, I had a feeling I was gonna fall on somebody and die. Man, it takes forever to get to the Grim Reaper. Oh no, what the fuck? This fucking song? I know I heard this one before. Gold Soul. Cross Fave ex-boyfriend, whatever the hit that. That's some real LA gangster shit. Xenocrisis, you look for it on RetroArch. You know this song, Mindscan? You play this one as a DJ sometimes? No? You gotta add it to your to your song list. That shit's too cold. Rhythm of the night. Alright. Let's see if I can kill the Grim Reaper. Oh man, he's... Oh man. Oh shit. Fuck. Did not want to do that. Damn. Oof. Can't touch him for shit. Oh man, come on. I don't remember him being so tough. Aw, fuck, man. Damn. What the hell? Somebody made 4 pieces to that girl. You should have a bunch of Xenocrisis ROMs that have Genesis somewhere. Neo Geo 2, Neo Geo CD, have a physical of it for PS4 and Vita. Damn, they made all that for that game, Xenocrisis. Think you had a Switch copy too, but probably sold it because it was going for 150. Damn. Dreamcast? Also Dreamcast? What? So many consoles, it's legit on like every... Damn, that's unheard of. What the fuck? Oh, I thought I had diamonds. Shit. Damn. How the hell do you do this? Holy shit, Dance of Death. Holy god. You now possess the golden knife. As good as gold. Never seen this game before. Looks dope. Your Genesis is weird. Hooray, fuck yeah. What is this? Perform surgery on Trump in Surgeon Simulator? Oh, that's a weird fucking song. It's on Steam. Oh, really? Is it 20 bucks on Steam too? Sorry, this is Mindscan. This is Mindscan's girlfriend. Those graphics look dope. Let's see. I'm gonna have to take a look at it after. A little. Xenocrisis. I was thinking it had something to do with Xenogears or whatever those games are. Yeah, what is this shit? This is not even a song. Fuck that. 5 minutes of some bullshit. Now some
Talk about buttered
some
sausage.
Chinese music.
Talk about buttered
fuck
sausage, where it
that.
comes from, what it does, why is it doing what it's doing. Get it out of my face.
Now Godilla's porno fucking. Xenoblade. Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Xenosaga, Xenoblade. Don't Google failing naked. Koji about to get cancelled. Koji listens to this while he plays Cabela's. Yeah. Wow, our society has turned to dog dookie. This is what happens when Godilla requests every song. He goes looking for the most fucked up songs. Okay, now got something listenable to. Boom, 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 boom. Quality music there. Feel sad now? Like this bad boy? Oh, I don't need the hearts anymore. I could use the eyeball or the shield. Bum 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 bum. Oh shit, that gold knife is awesome. That's fucking cool. So it is worth it killing the Grim Reaper. In a way, if you want that. Kills both of them with one dagger. Boom. The Yapper lady was Bree. Yapper? Oh shit. Macca's
McDonald's gave me diabetes just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
talking about that last video was the last video. Shit, we're already back to another Godilla song. What the fuck is this? Some Russian music? Bochka Bass Kolbasser bass boosted Russian special. He has the unlimited request hack.
Mines can just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
I think we gotta watch this Russian video. See what's going on in Russia. Mindscan likes it. He's Russian. Must be good. pretty accurate. Does everyone in Russia wear those tracksuits? Black and white tracksuits. and wear gold chains too. Only the Gopniks wear them? What's a Gopnik? Hoodlums. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the feeling I get seeing these guys wear that shit. Like they're just fucking bunch of punks. Up to no good. And that's the music they listen to. Alright, let's see. Macus. Kind of crazy video you got going here. Karate for the Atari. Nice cover. Oh, hell nah. Madre de Dios. Shit. Imagine buying this game. And based on the cover, and then coming home to put it on. Shit, you just remembered another song? Macas would have loved Atari Generation? Yeah. it's pure jank. The strike sound effect is earth shattering. On Atari, that was the sound effect for like everything and shit. They only had like fucking three sound effects. Thumbs down. Awful. Great review. Played it for fucking half a minute. Fuck that. That's enough for that game. Nazi knock knock joke.
Have you ever heard of my Nazi knock knock joke, Lewis? No. Knock knock. Who's there?
We will ask the questions.
Now get out of here, Lewis.
I thought that was gonna be part of the show, but that was like a blooper or some shit. Oh shit, hey Schizo. Thanks for the giant hearts. Oh, I forgot to do shoutouts for more people. I don't think I did one for Mindscan. Schizo. Total chaos.
Let's mark this dude. Just in case. We'll put a person. Well, you know, I hope she get some Zantac or something for kids' allergies and stuff to kind of help
Love your
with
shit,
that.
man. Oh, thanks, Schizo.
Awesome. Thank you for the follower goal. You helped me meet it. I really appreciate it. You helped me
Try
meet my
women.
follower goal.
Talk about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does, why is it doing what it's
If you're
doing. Get
not
it out of my
following
face.
Omega, you better hop on it. Let's see. Silver Surfer, Sega Genesis music. Wait, oh, there's a Silver Surfer on the Genesis? Is it anything like the NES one? The Impossible fucking game? This sounds pretty awesome. Yeah, never heard this or seen the game. This fucking emotes. There is no Silver Surfer on Genesis? Oh, okay. They just did the music like from the NES. Alright. Shit. I was expecting like maybe there's a pretty decent Silver Surfer game. That would have been nice. But I guess not. We're not that lucky. It's just the NES game and that's it. And where am I going? Oh yeah, down here. Ooh, shit, this game's taking a long time. Cause I fucked up and went the wrong way a couple times. Oh shit, nope. Where's the holy water? Oh wait, damn. I should just fucking fall. Start from there. What's this, more Russian music? What the fuck?
By my life or death, I can protect
Oh, that's you, Mechas? Oh, thanks for the 8 months. Subscribed, 8 months, Mechas.
And mine.
Awesome. And my ex. So we got some Russian Gopniks here. DJ Blyatman Gopnik. This is the fellowship to Zane. Yep. He joined the fellowship. MC Kids is why you got diabetes? Oh shit. There should be a warning label on that game. May cause diabetes. Did you play that game, Marcus? Fila shirts. It's crazy their style. It's like American clothing, but very specific fucking Fila. Those hats, those old timey hats and shit. Tracksuits. Oh, and gotta drink vodka. Vodka shots. Not gonna lie, this is hype. Yeah, I was getting into that. Slut videos all the time. Unfortunately, there's no video. Oh, okay. But are the lyrics all horny? Bunch of horny lyrics talking about butts and butts and boobs. Smoking propane and propane accessories. Probably as bad as that last one. Oh, there's no video for this one, right? Pico School OST. Damn, what the hell's that? No video? Okay. Let's see. Go to this new area. Oh, this is just instrumental then? Okay. Like Godilla says, variety. It's called variety. Smoking hentai? Wait, what do I want in this place? Buy some, oh yeah, laurels. Might need them, I don't know, later on. Always wanted to smoke hentai. How did you do in golf? I think I was doing good for a little bit against those random people that jumped in. But then later on the levels kind of threw me off. There was a level where you make the golf ball float around with rockets or some shit. So I lost a lot of points or whatever. Like probably hit the ball like 10 times to get to the hole. And there was parts of the game where the characters, the worms from the game Worms came out for some reason. They were like in the background. I was like, what the fuck? What's going on here? Did you beat the randos? Nah, Nah, those levels messed me up. I didn't know how to beat the levels, like where the goal was at some point. You're chugging a whiskey meant for shots. Threw in vanilla Coke. Oh yeah, Godilla, did you say you live in LA? Yeah, you should see those crazy levels. I don't know. Have you played that game a lot, Uni? You know, like how weird some of the levels get. You just buy PCs from there? Oh shit. Oh, it's nighttime. Godilla getting lost in the sauce. Live in North Georgia? Oh, really? That's where the grouse live here, not Willow Ptarmigan though. Someone had said you were in that area. Oh, I think I was asking Godilla that because he seems to know a lot about LA or something, or about California. I just thought like, oh, Godilla lives close to LA or he's in California. He's talking about houses, how they're uninsured or something. He has a bunch of knowledge about California, so I thought that was weird. Maybe confusing you with someone else. Yeah, I thought he lived in Alaska at one point. Oh no shit. Damn. Oh, I should have the shield on. Yeah. Wait, what the? Oh, okay, there you go. You're tucked, Oni? It's that time. I think I'm gonna see if I can make it to another town, save it, and call it a stream. Because I am hungry. It's that time for me. Hungry again. It's only 5 p.m. Oh yeah, for you it's 5. It's already dark. Yeah, you could go to sleep when it's dark. That's fair. It is past 8 p.m.
just redeemed
on the
short
east.
YouTube video.
Yeah. That's pretty early to be going to bed. What am I doing for dinner? I don't know yet. Maybe I'll have a small personal pizza. Let's see. Godzilla video. This is gonna be perverted. Not perverted Godzilla. Just a bird video.
Erilaisista syistä tilanteeseen, jossa luontaiset soidinmenot toisten kukkojen kanssa eivät ole
Getting late in the east. Godzilla is gonna be branded a perv. Me, I'm in the right in the middle of the world.
Pääasia saattaa kuitenkin toteutua.
I'm in the Midwest,
Hormonit jylläävät,
Oni.
taistelun melske voi johdattaa
Central.
paikallisia koppeloita paikalle. Voihan se olla niinkin, että käsite hullut metsot onkin vain osa metsolajien
What's this guy gonna do? Godzilla?
ei ole mahdollista.
Attack somebody?
Metsojen kehityshistoriassa ovat esimerkiksi metsäpalot voineet olla yhtenä syynä, kun hullun metso toiminut.
Godzilla already is branded a perv.
Tämäkin metsäkukko kävi kiihkoissaan reippaasti yli 100 kiloa painavamman vastustajan kimppuun.
Trying to find a mate. There he goes. Ready to fight. Or it's pissed. That's how they are usually. They're just fucking angry little birds. Or big. They're kind of big actually. They're scary. They can mess you up with those claws. Listen to that. Those burps. It's like a vicious turkey. A dinosaur, you could say. Yeah. This is a modern day dinosaur. Roaming the woods. You don't want to run into this guy. Damn, how long is this video, Godzilla? Did you send a... Oh, okay, 4 minutes. Eight hours? Holy shit. Never seen this bird? Chicken turkey? No, this is, what is it, Godzilla? One of the grouse birds? Oh, it doesn't say. Or is that the name? Metso K? Metso K Pal? Caper Kaylee, okay.
Taaksepäin kävely ja samalla aggressiivisen kukon videoiminen on hieman haastavaa.
What do you like so much about this bird, Godzilla?
Sai iskuja osakseen. Ennen pitkää takaperin kävely aiheutti vääjäämättä kuvaajan nurinmenon ja peli oli se.
Yeah, look at how big that fucker is. Holy shit.
Areenalle odottelemaan, että olisiko joku koppelo pannut merkille.
I would be afraid of that guy.
Menestyksensä.
Guard bird, yeah. You could scare off some people with that. Some burglars, they would freak out. Unfiltered rage? Oh, that's why Godzilla likes them. It's all the rage. You like its rage? Yeah, that's what he likes. You don't understand. Godilla likes raging birds. The angrier, the better. Alright, cool. Morning. That's a good spot to save it. New area. Awesome. Oh yeah, music. Play that last song, whatever that was, NES music. Rolling down the street with my 16-bit console.
Willow ptarmigan, Lagopus lagopus.
Raging birds with no fear. Yeah, they're like freaking really fearless. They go up to anybody, fucking peck at them. You too, Spice Boy. Have a good one. Good rest of your day. Let's see. Gonna find somebody to raid out to. Do I have the music playing here? Oh no, I guess not. I'll pause it. Save that last little bit. Bye Uni, bye Spice Boy. Twizane. Thanks video. Let's see who's still on right now. The end. Jenny, what is she playing? The Forest, some scary game. Let's go see her. Jenny B. Alright, thanks everybody. Be raiding out in 10, 5, 4, 3. See you in Jenny's stream. Let's raid out.